Oh, hi there. It's Thursday. Welcome to the channel, and I am going to review or recap some Tsumeshogi that I've done in past streams now. At the suggestion of some viewers last time when I finished the fifth of five mate in five problem sets or problem collections, they said to start over and do them again, and I'm going to do that. Hopefully it won't be too boring. I don't know if people already were bored of the Tsume stuff, but I'm going to do that. There is a bit of a potential blip in my schedule today. I don't know when it's going to happen. I just know it's going to happen. I don't know if it'll be while I'm streaming or if it'll be after I'm done. But there is going to be an interruption at some point in my day today. And so I don't want to really play too much. So I'll do this. Actually, let me turn on the music, get the music going, get that background going. And we're here. And that is going to be it. So this is the mate in 5, the Tsume in 5, 1 of 5. So we're starting right back at the beginning. It'll be interesting to see if I have gotten any faster or I have learned anything from the previous Tsume stuff. But we'll see. All right. I am looking immediately at knight 3-4. No, bishop 3-4. Bishop 3-3 or horse 3-3. If king goes over here, it is mate with gold 5-2. If king goes to 2-1, I jump the knight, lance takes, and then gold drop on 1-1. So there's that. Okay, a good start, but I don't know if that was easy for me when I first did it. All right, we have one of these where we need to block. Got the pawn. So where's the pawn? So lance. Horse 2-4. Dragon has to take. Pawn 1-5. Dragon has to take. Dragon 2-3. Moving on to problem 3. Huh. Feels like this wants to be a knight drop on 2-3, which makes me think it's not. But about gold 2-1. Gold 2-1. King 1-2. Bishop 3-4. King 1-3. Knight 2-4. Okay, so that's not it. Or is it King 1-2, gold takes 2-2. King 1-3. Yeah, that king runs. This is not ringing a bell. This is definitely not ringing a bell. We don't have many options here. Gold 1-2. Knight, king takes. Knight drop. King 1-1. And there's no checks. There's no check with the bishop. Silver takes 2-2 ends it. So we have 3 options, and I think I've gone over them, so I need to revisit them. The 3 options are knight 1-3 or 2-3, gold 2-1, gold 1-2. So let's look at knight takes 2-3 or knight 2-3. King 1-2. Bishop 2-1. And wherever if the king goes low, it's gold drop 2-4. If the king takes or goes up, it's well, if the king is that mate in 5? Oh, yeah, because the knight is watching this square. Or the gold's watching. Yeah, the knight. So we'd get that. Okay. Okay. There it is. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. As I was dropping it on 3-2, my brain was like, no, as I saw this square open. All right. We'll never see that. I'll edit that out in post-production. Problem 4. Silver. If king runs, you gold drop on 1-1 is mate. So gold takes. Silver drop. Okay. Silver drop 2-2. Gold has to take. Dragon 1-3. If they interpose, then dragon takes 2-2. The top dragon takes 2-2. Knight can't take because it's pinned. So if the gold takes, then it's just gold drop on 2-2. Good day, Emperor Rex. Nice to see you. You're the first person of the day. Welcome, as always. Hope you're having a good ending, closing in on the end of your week. I've been feeling nostalgic this morning. I've been feeling very nostalgic. As anyone who's watched the stream a little bit knows, I'm a fan of fighting games. Hey, Snowpiercer, good to see you. So as anyone who's seen a few shows knows, I'm a fan of fighting games, and there was an Evo document. Evo, there's a YouTube channel called Evo FGC. And they have started making 50. I don't know, started, but they have. Ooh, there's a big spider on the ceiling. They have a series of 15-ish minute little bios about some of the famous players in history. Am I going to NYC in April? Right now, the plan is not. right now, the plan is that I will be going to the Pan American Championship, or Pan American Shogi Tournament in Brazil. They're not at the same time, but, expense-wise, I'm pretty much going to limit myself to one of those. So right now, I am leaning towards that. I think neither tournament has solid details, so... Did they decide a date for Brazil yet? I don't think so. So I think both tournaments seem to be up in the air. Hey, I forgot. Nice to see you. I think this is going to be promote, king takes, silver drops. Wait, no. Actually, I don't even... Yeah, silver drops. Lance takes. Silver drops 2-2. You have a date and a venue? Oh, you just haven't finalized the information. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Ooh, that's a little early this year. Nice. What's the weather like in New York, April 9th, 1819? It'll be warmer than the current snowstorm. Yeah, I'd hope so. Yeah, I am actually going to be in that area in March. So I'm hoping it'll be at least reasonable. I am looking here at Bishop 1-4 to the escape square right now is 3-2. The big escape square is 3-2. So if I end that here, but the king will take. The king will take. And gold drop on 2-3 allows the king to run to 1-5. So that's not it. Can I do any gold drop? If I drop the gold on 3-3, king goes to 1-4. I don't see a way to stop that. So how about knight 1-3. The king cannot take, of course, because then it would be gold drop on 2-4. So knight 1-3. King 3-2. And I think that's going to be very difficult to surround. So I don't think that's it. Huh. Alright, what's going on here? Why is this hard? Why is this hard for me right now? Silver 3-4, king takes, and he's off to the races. Silver 2-4, king takes, and he's off to the races. So it's not silver moves. Oh, could be interesting. So it's silver 1-4, king takes, lance promotes on knight promotes on 1-3. Yeah, if king takes, gold 2-4 is mate. If king runs to 2-4 or to 2-5, gold drop 2-6 is mate. Okay. All right. Problem 7. Oh, so I was talking about the fighting games and nostalgia feelings. Yeah, so Evo FGC has these 15-minute or so like mini documentaries on various players that have had historical importance in Evo tournaments. And one of them was a person named Mike Ross, who did a show, a YouTube series years ago with someone named Gutex called The Excellent Adventures of Gutex and Mike Ross. And boy, just every time I think about that, it's the feels come back. It was just such a special, in my opinion anyway, such a special series. This one's going to be horse, take, pawn, king 2-1, knight 1-3. But he's talking a little bit about it. And you see, the age, he's aged some more than some, and he's still doing his thing, which is great, and I'm gonna have to check out some of his stuff. But boy, that whole era was really awesome. And a lot of it is, of course, tied into personal things. So, like, when Street Fighter 4 came out, it was me getting back into sort of fighting games. My kids were young, and I just remember just all that sort of excitement around that time of my life. So it was a real awesome time. But anyway, I was feeling very nostalgic, as I was saying. Problem 8. Huh. Ah, okay. So, silver drop, gold takes. So let me clear these arrows. Silver drop on 1-3, close the escape square. Promote on 1-1. If king takes or rook takes, drop the gold on 2-2. Problem 9. Hey Rico, nice to see you. Yeah. So those nostalgic feelings are really hitting me today. Okay. What do we have? We have a pawn on 1-3. We have a pawn on 1-3. We have a gold on 3-5, 3-4. So our we bring the horse down to 2-3. We bring the horse down to 2-3. That gets the that could get the gold out of there. Eh. We have. So I'm trying to see what I can do by moving this gold here. But this becomes a problem. So if I take the horse, the king can't take because I would drop the bishop. Is that true? I would drop the bishop. King would run. I can't drop the new knight because the gold would take. Well, it would be a mate. So hold on. So if I take the knight, king takes the pawn, I drop the bishop, king goes to 1-2, I take with the horse, which is still protected by the lance. The king goes down, and then the horse is there. But that's mate in 7. That's mate in 7. So I'm thinking that there must be another move out here. So, but there isn't. Oh no, he can take. He can take. He can take. He can take. He can take, and then there's no mate. So that's why that doesn't work. Maybe promote. Yeah, I'm trying to see, you know, by promoting the pawn, you know, what we can do. You know, by promoting the pawn, if the king takes, we get the bishop, and then the king runs. Well, and then we would promote, and then he would run, and then we'd come up, but that's mate in 7 again. What about lance? Lance takes. We drop bishop. King takes. So we cannot drop with, we cannot check with this, with a drop. We cannot check with a drop. So how about we pull the token down. If king takes, dragon, what am I trying to say? Horse 3-1 is mate. So we pull the token down. The gold has to take it. And then we drop the bishop. And the gold has to take it. And then we bring our gold up, backed by the horse. Okay. That's a cool one. So it was the problem about moving this gold. When I was looking at it first, I was trying to move it here. But the idea is to move it all the way up. All the way up. Flying Parrots, hello. Good luck in my games if I play later today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, this collection is definitely a lot easier. And I'm not sure if it's a lot easier. And I am better at it because I did it a few weeks ago or a couple months ago. Or if it's just easy. This one looks familiar, but I'm not seeing it right now. Thinking promote, over. Promote, King 1-4. Promoted horse or knight to 1-3. If king to 1-5, gold drop 2-6. If king takes, then gold drop 2-4. That one I think I do briefly remember. So maybe the memory is somewhat functional. Maybe. Huh. Well, he can't because of that. So, how is this not mate in 3? How is this not mate in 3? Oh, because the king takes. The king takes. If either the lance or the bishop take, it's gold drop on 1-4, which is mate. So the king takes. Dragon 2-2. King takes. Gold drop 2-3. King 3-1. Gold 3-2. Problem 12. Feels like I want to do this. Bishop 1-1. Obviously, if he takes, it's gold drop 2-2. So that means king goes to 2-3. So I sacrifice the horse with 3-3. Which means the king has to go to 1-4. And then I drop the gold on 1-5. If the king takes, which is I assume what the problem will be, I drop the gold on 3-4, and the silver's watching these squares. And if the king runs, we just drop the gold or promote the silver. We're just trying to give away this horse. Alright, problem 13. Problem 13. I'm still thinking about Excellent Adventures of Gutex and Gutex and Mike Ross. Okay. Wait, wasn't that mate in 3? No, 1, 2, 3. All right. Problem 14. We've got a lance, we've got a gold, we've got a pinned pawn onto 3. So how do we check? How do we check? We can drop a gold. I'm just looking for the check. We can drop a gold on 1-3. We can promote. Okay, so it's probably going to be this. We can... Probably going to be this. Yes. So it's bishop 1-3. If lance takes, we drop the gold on 2-4. You know, pin. So king takes. We drop the lance. If the king takes, we get that same gold drop. So the king will run. And then we get the gold drop on 3-2. So the only one that I haven't seen yet now is if the king takes the pawn on 2-5. Horse, king, gold drop 3-5. That's why the silver is down here. Okay. That was 14. Super Goyak, hello. Recently you got blackmailed into watching March Comes In Like a Lion. You wonder if all shogi players are as miserable as the main character. That's a good question. That is a good question. Is there some level of misery and sort of angst that all shogi players have? I mean, I know the answer is no, because I don't feel that well, let me be real with myself a bit. Maybe I do have some of that. maybe I do have some of that. Yeah, maybe. There has to be... No, I don't think so. I think there are some happy players out there. I definitely think there have to be some. I think Koshiro plays with joy. When I see Koshiro playing, I think I see him playing with joy. When I see the 2024 United States champion play, he seems to play with joy. When I see Z-Kid play, I think he's playing with... He's loving what he's doing. So I don't think everyone is like that. I don't think everyone's miserable. I think that there are plenty... You need to watch Hachi One Diver instead. You know 1FM, FIDE Master, for anyone who isn't... that is a chess title. Who went to a lot of tournaments until he was in his late 30s, then went into depression because he fell into a mindset of thinking he wasted his best years on a board game. Yeah, the Paul Morphy quote. What someone had brought it up yesterday. Something about Paul Morphy. I'll read it out here. Quote. Yeah, the ability to play chess is a sign of a gentleman. The ability to play chess well is a sign of a wasted life. So what did you say to him? Did you say, yeah, you did waste your life. You should be playing shogi. then it wastes both halves of his life. One half of his life would be wasted on chess, the other half of his life would be wasted on shogi. It's a real, legitimate question. Gilmar, yeah, he stares at the screen, and to me it looks like he has this. A lot of times it looks like he has the slightest smile, where it's like he's just enjoying what he's doing, and he knows he has his opponent where he wants him. That's how I interpret it. Yeah, but this question of wasting the best life on a board game. I mean, it's legit. It's a legit question. Like, yeah. Like, how much, even when people are having fun playing shogi. Maybe, you know, the thing is that everyone expresses their enjoyment and their satisfaction in different ways. But, like, I'm thinking about when people express their excitement in tennis, or baseball, or fighting games, you know, video games. They're so overjoyed sometimes. You know, when we win a big game in shogi, we're just like, arigatou gozaimashita. We're just kind of, by culture and by maybe our nature, we're just very mild and meek and not showing that enjoyment, not showing that enthusiasm of, I just beat this guy that I haven't beaten in you know, in my life, or, you know, I just beat this Tudan. At the end of the day, he had no relevant higher education. Oh boy, okay, I see where this is going, and wasn't good enough to win many tournaments. So in his 40s, he was basically locked into a career path of being a chess coach. He ran out of inheritance money. That's rough, you know, especially if he doesn't enjoy it. Like, that's a tough life, I'd say. You know, anytime you are stuck doing something you do not enjoy, whatever that thing is, even if other people would love it, it's tough. You know, it's tough. Yeah, and then, you know, to make matters worse, I think if you're in that situation where you're coaching and you don't love it, I do think, unless you're really good, unless you're actually really good at it, the student is going to feel that, and people are going to feel that. I know that there was an interview, again, sorry that I'm talking so much about fighting games, but there was a recent interview of one of the biggest, if not the biggest, fighting game, like Street Fighter type content creators who's been doing this for decades now, or at least a decade and a half, called Maximilian Dude. And he talked about a topic that I have felt, you know, in my humble, tiny little streaming life where you know, I'm streaming to, I mean, if you compare it to what Maximilian streams to, essentially, you know, no people are watching compared to his thousands of people watching. But he talked about how if he does something that he is not enjoying, the people sense it, and the views go down. And I have felt that same way, where there have been moments when I'm rewatching the stream, or at the moment that I am actually streaming it, where it's like, I know I am not having fun. I am not enjoying this. I am not liking what I'm doing. The stream clock only says 1 hour and 15 minutes, so I'm not going to close the stream up after only 1 hour and 15 minutes, but I am not happy right now. I'm not enjoying this. And how do I make something out of the stream? Or how do I how do I deal with this? And long story short is that when those streams have happened, even if, you can even see it with my relatively small audience. Like, if there are 7 people watching on the stream and I am not having fun, and it must be pretty obvious to people that I'm not having fun, even if I keep playing, you see those numbers often go down. All of a sudden after a game or two after that, the stream count will be like 3 or something like that. I mean, there have also been occasions where people seem to rally and those stream numbers go up, and then my play goes up kind of because of people's support. So you do see both. But like, if you're a coach and you are not having fun and you are not happy with your life, I do think that your students will feel that. And so you're going to spiral because you're going to get fewer students. And now not only are you not happy with your profession, but you're not successful at your profession. And boy, brutal. Anyway, I'm rambling. You say that at least he found a way to make a buck by giving lessons online in French to Belgians, undercutting local coaches, and getting favorable conversion rate from Euro. So it could be worse. Nice. Yeah. Oh, man. Rico, you say that needing to be courteous to other competitors makes it harder for the culture of popping off to happen in 1v1 board games. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. And the thing is, it's not necessarily popping off. I would not necessarily characterize, like, showing enthusiasm and happiness as popping off, but I do think a lot of people in the shogi world would interpret it as popping off. So it's tougher. I don't want to say that people are sort of weaker in the shogi world, because but it's like, the expectation is there of so much politeness that if someone did be like, yes, they win a game and they just go, yes. I think like a lot of people in the shogi world would look down on that. Right or wrong, I don't know what I think about it. It's an interesting topic, real interesting topic, because we don't seem to talk enough about how shogi is supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to just be a suffering sort of. Well, I say supposed. There is no supposed to be, but like in my view of games, like games are supposed to be fun. Like you do a game not to make money. You do a game not to make a career. You do a game because it's fun. It's a fun way to pass the time. But if all you have in shogi is the stress and the agony of defeat, and you don't have any of that joy of victory, I think it runs the risk of 10 years down the line, you feel like you've wasted your life on this game. Or 10 or 20 years down the line. It's like, 10 or 20 years down the line, now I'm 3 dan. Like, okay, am I any happier as a person? Tough. Very tough. Flying parrots, you need to get strong yourself to help others. Yeah, you definitely do. You definitely do. But some people don't always have that luxury. People have to eat. You've got to eat. You've got to make a job. You've got to do your job. And then if you're in that position, and then you're thinking like, oh, now I have to put on a face. Now I need to put on a mask. So this hypothetical coach now that I've built up in my mind, who is feeling like they've wasted their life in chess, but all they have is chess, so they have to teach chess, and they're not happy about it. They also, because they're not happy about it, they have to put on a face to pretend that they're happy. So now they're not only a chess teacher, but they're also an actor, and maybe they feel they didn't sign up for any of that, and it could be tough. Like Capybara, hello. You say that you have a guy in your club who does like 10 fist pumps every time he wins. He rarely wins, so we try not to ruin it for him. Nice, nice. Good. So that's good. That's good. You know, as your boss says, true art is born from suffering. So the thing is, and so I find that there's a delicate balance there. There's a delicate balance there. Because I have absolutely had people celebrate from beating me. Both online, you know, during a stream, and off. And I'm thinking, and I'm not necessarily thinking about celebration. I'm thinking more about after the fact of the win. You know, they get a win, even though it's like the most cheesy win in the world. But they try to hold it over me, or you hear them talking about it to other people. It's like yeah, oh yeah, I beat Frank. Yeah, I beat Frank the other day, so I'm probably like Tudon. You know, I heard someone say that once at the local club that I don't go to much anymore. I heard someone literally say that, and it's like, I'm just sitting there. I'm overhearing this conversation from like across the room. Like, I'm just like, I don't know. I shouldn't let it get to me. I shouldn't let it get to me. I should be happy. So this, you know, the thing is, if someone takes joy in beating you, and the reason presumably is that it's not because you're a jerk. Like, everyone likes to beat a jerk. But like, if the reason that someone beats you is bragging about beating you is because they feel it's an achievement, you should be happy about that. You should be happy about that. But sometimes it's hard to be the big man. Sometimes it's difficult to be that. Sometimes it's a little difficult, especially when you're in the middle of suffering over another game. It's like, you know, I didn't play my A game against a lower level player, and so now that player is bragging to others about beating me and making speculation about their rank at this level above mine because they won one game of Shogi. The most volatile game in the world, and it's like, oh my god, oh, like, why do I put myself out there? now this discussion has switched from Super Gawiak's friend. Now this discussion has switched to being about me. JC Bauschatz, good to see you. When people beat you, you celebrate. You give them a big double high five. Yeah, you know, I'm generally happy. Like, I'm with some people, when they beat me, I am genuinely happy. But I think it all depends on how they handle it. I think it all depends on how you handle your victory, on how you handle it. And you know, in fighting games, maybe you don't have to be so subtle. Maybe you could just pop off, and it's part of the culture, and it's like, you know, there's a little salt, as they'd say. You know, there'd be a little salt, but it's part of the game. You know, it's part of the game is being excited about winning. And but in Shogi, like, so the story that I have, where I am on the winning side. So this is something that I do. This is something that I do try to manage in my behavior. When I win. So when I win against someone who I perceive to be better than I am, I try to be as humble as possible. I try to point out my luck, maybe to a fault. I can express my happiness about it, but I never confuse a single victory on the shogi board as meaning anything other than I happened to win this one game. Like, it's like, you know, I've played thousands of games of Shogi, as many of us have, and you know how random this game is. Not to derail the topic and talk about the randomness of Shogi, but I consider Shogi a high volatility random game at the level that I play. And so if there is someone who I respect and who I perceive to be better than I am, I could win one game, I could win 2 games in a row, I could win 3 games in a row. But something you will not hear out of my mouth is, I'm better than this person. Or, you know, oh, that means, this person's 3 Dan and I've beaten him 2 times in a row. That must mean I'm 4 Dan. Like, that stuff, no. And so the story that I had before I started pontificating is that, as I've said before, at the East Bay Shogi Club, there were 3 of us to begin this club. There were 3 of us. And one of them was the 8-year-old kid from Japan. And both players, the club leader and this kid, were both noticeably better than I was at that time. They're still noticeably better than I am, you know, to this day, which is understandable. You know, they're both younger than I am, and they're both still playing a lot. So, you know, they have improved. I think they have improved more than I have improved. But regardless, you know, this kid, you know, he was there, and I had been talking to his mom over the weeks, you know, that we'd be playing, weeks or months, and I had said that, you know, if I ever win, you know, I want his autograph and stuff like that, you know, because he's a kid, you know, it's cute to lose to a kid and yada da da. But the first game that I won, it was a cheesy win, where he was beating me. He had a nice position. He got a little aggressive, and he left open a classic mate in 1, where I had a bishop here, he had a walled off king, and I can drop the gold on 2-2. So it's a pattern, I've said this before, it's a pattern I will never forget because it was the first time I ever won against this kid. It was completely, you know, as far as I was concerned, completely lucky. Absolutely lucky. Did I enjoy it? I felt great. I was so happy to get that win. And he did sign a fan. And so I have a fan of his, you know, a fan with his little kid signature on there. And, you know, if and when he's a pro, you know, that'll mean something to me. I mean, it still means something to me, even if he doesn't become a pro. But, like, it was never an idea of like, oh, okay, now I'm better than him. Now I'm better than him. Let me move on to the next challenge. So I think it's all, and so, and, you know, with that kind of response to a win, I think it makes it easier for your opponent to celebrate your win with you. So, like, if I lose to somebody who is clearly lower than I am, and clearly cheesed me out, or, you know, or I just made, you know, the dumbest possible move, and you know, the opponent is happy, but they're sort of respectfully happy, where they sort of acknowledge the fact that they got lucky. Then I'll be celebrating along big time with them. But, like, if the lower player wins a lucky game and they go into full PGA teacher mode, where they're teaching me about all their theories of shogi and where I went wrong, I'm not having any of that. I don't enjoy it, and I think it's ridiculous. And so that is what I consider to be extremely disrespectful victory. To me. So these are my own feelings on this, and everyone is different. And that's what makes these things difficult, because one person's enjoyment is another person's suffering. Or, one person's feelings of what are totally okay are one person's opinion, feelings on what are totally not okay. It's a real tough problem. But in fighting games, you can mostly just teabag and laugh it off. You can teabag and not taunt, but pop off, and as long as you're doing it sort of in a laughing way, it's probably fine. JC Bausha, you say one time you went to Friday Night Magic, and a kid beat you in 2 or 3 turns, and his dad started shouting, "Turn 2 victory over here!" Oh yeah, that's gross. I think that's gross. Oh, Rico, you already did this. Well, I mean, you finish these collections quickly anyway. You think this is a good one to do as a tournament day warm-up? Interesting. Yeah, it's long enough to have to think, but it's quick enough to sort of get those patterns going. Capybara, that's why you don't study a lot of theory. If you care too much, you stress a lot and stop enjoying it. At this point, why even engage in the hobby? You had something like that in chess, now only playing bullet brings you joy. And I hear that from people. I hear that and I feel that. The thing with me is that I enjoy the process of studying that theory. And admittedly, a lot of that theory is not as important in Shogi. It's more important to be better at the end game, all caveats aside. But, I enjoy that stuff. So that doesn't make me stress. What makes me stress in Shogi is time controls. It is Kiramake. It is losing against lower level players to a certain extent. It is stress. And this stress is not necessarily not enjoyable. It's a stress, but it's not like a stress that would make me stop playing. It's the stress of finding a move at the end where I know I have the win. And I just have to find the move. To me, I would call that stress, but I would not characterize that as negative stress. But yeah, you say at this point, yeah, so if you find yourself doing things that you don't enjoy, at some point you have to ask yourself, why do I engage in this? And so you had that in chess, and now you just play bullet. And I think a lot of chess people do that. Because, I'm not a big chess player, but, how many times do we hear people say, well, if I want to get better, I'm going to have to study more openings. And I don't enjoy that, so I just play blitz or whatnot. Whether or not that's true, I think there seems to be growing sentiment and evidence that it's just not true that you have to keep spending a lot of time on the opening to proceed. But anyway, I wouldn't know. Sometimes winning just has to be done. Yeah, I mean, you've got to win. So that I think is... I'm not going to say this as if this is an exclusive thing to everybody, or if this is a universal truth for everybody. But I think it's as near universal a truth as we'll find. And I say this without even trying to make a hot take. So if this is a hot take, I apologize. But I do think in these games, at some point, you have to win. You have to win. There's, despite the fact that in Go, and I think in Shogi, the sayings are all about, lose your first 500 games as quickly as you can, yada da da da. You learn by losing, yada da da da. All true, but if you don't win, at some point, why are you like? What are you doing? And I think most people will be like, this is I can't win. This is like, what am I doing this for? And you can't really fall back on the idea that, oh, I'm just doing this to learn, or I'm doing this to improve, or this is self-improvement. Like, you can't even tell yourself those lies anymore, because at some point you could argue that you know so much more about shogi and you're so much better than when you started. You could say that. But if you're not winning, are you really better? It's a tough problem. In a world where you only have one opponent, and that opponent will always be better than you, and you never can win, I think you could still potentially enjoy the game. But that isn't the world we live in. We are online. There are ways to play this game. And even if we're not online, there are other people in the world that someone will be able to play. So anyway, I think that's tough. So I think you're right sometimes, I think you're right, Flying Parrot. Sometimes you just have to win. If people celebrating win over you, if that pisses you off, you say it's a good sign. It means the fire is burning bright. I think it's a good. I mean, again. I don't know when you said this. If this was while I was bloviating about it already, but it seems to me like context is key on some of that stuff, and yeah. And there was, to bring another fighting game thing in, since today I'm just talking all about these fighting games and interviews. There's a player from the Dominican Republic, one of the best players, if not the best Street Fighter 6 player in the world, called Mena RD. Sort of a brash young man, a brash young man that in the old days I would have said was very easy to dislike, very easy to cheer against. Until I heard this interview, which I think was a great lesson to me to think about why I dislike some people, why I don't dislike some people, why I think certain things about certain people. And anyway, there was this one interview, and he came across as in some extremely genuine and genuinely interesting ways. And one thing he said is that, oh gosh, now I can't remember the exact quote. It's talking about the pressure, but he said, essentially, you earn pressure. Like, you don't, pressure is something you earn. And, maybe he didn't come up with this quote anyway. But, it really, that idea, somehow, in my bazillion years on this planet, I had never heard a variation or anything like that idea, as a way to deal with pressure and as a way to acknowledge the difficulty as you become a target and as the difficulty that you face as you improve. And this idea that this isn't a burden. Pressure is not a burden that you bear. It's something that you earn. I don't want to say that I don't want to say anything dramatic like it's life-changing or if it's world perspective altering, but it really made me think. I will say that. It really made me think. Mena induces so many eye rolls. I mean, I did not like, until listening to this interview, I did not like him. And there's still a lot that I don't like about Mena. And I think a lot of it is because of, if you're familiar, it's because of Kaba. I'm just so tired of the nonsense. That whole thing. But, in my mind, he got lucky to beat Tokido. In my mind, he got lucky to win. So, but at some point, it's like, well, if someone is winning all the time, with characters that I think are bogus characters. But the patches are coming and they're still winning. Maybe he is good. And maybe Tokido's a choker. You know, we talk about chokers in the fighting game community, like Punk. You know, Punk is the notorious choker. Choker, which he addressed also in a recent interview on Trash Talk. But maybe Tokido's the choker. I think Tokido did choke, actually, in that final against Mena. But regardless, I don't know. Oh, does he? So I don't see him blaming the game. I don't know, because I have not been watching Street Fighter for years. For years now. I did not enjoy watching Street Fighter 6 at all. I think to a certain extent, I still don't enjoy it as much as I enjoyed watching 5 and 4 and any other Street Fighter. I think I think all the Drive Rush green stuff is I don't find it that compelling to watch. So I don't watch as much, but these days I am watching more. The Capybara. As your grandma used to say, false humbleness is as bad as fascism. Wait, well, that's a weird take. I mean, that's a weird comment. There is no cheesing in shogi. No. So you're saying this. I will take this to my grave, and I'll admit to possibly being wrong. There is absolutely cheesing in shogi. I think there is absolutely cheesing. There is absolutely luck. There's absolutely just throwing out a Hail Mary and praying your opponent is so bored crushing you that they overlook this tricky threat. I think there is something to that. I think. So you say if you either win or lose, if you're winning the whole game and then you mess up in the end, you weren't better player that game. So that is where I disagree. I definitely disagree. I absolutely disagree. But I will admit that this is I am not speaking objectively. I disagree. You don't think Hope Shogi is cheese, but you do think Check Rushes and Kiramaki are cheese. I mean, I do think Hope Shogi is cheese, obviously, because I just said it, but I definitely agree that the dirty flag stuff in Kira... So, just to separate the topic, 10 minutes, I think a dirty flag in 10 minutes, like a clear dirty flag, in a dead loss game, is different in 10 minutes than in 3 minutes. Like, in a 3-minute game, if I get flagged, it's my fault for playing 3 minutes. I think this is how I look at it. And again, these are just my feelings. Like, they're not. I'm not speaking objectively, and I'm not even saying like I think people should agree with me. I'm just saying this is my heart, like what my heart tells me is that, like, in 3-minute games, if I get dirty flagged, I think it's my fault. In a 10-minute game, if I get dirty flagged, it's not necessarily my opponent's fault. But it doesn't help me like them. and it doesn't feel like a legit loss. So, like, if I have a stream where I get dirty flagged 2 or 3 times in a row, I'm feeling kind of miserable because I'm feeling like I'm not in a 10-minute game. It's not that I'm getting outplayed. I just happen to be running into people who decide that they're going to try to dirty flag me when they're dead lost. Yeah, so you agree about the 3 minutes. Copy bar, time management is part of the game. If you get flagged, that's on you. If you manage to get flagged in a 10-minute game, you lost because you should not get dirty flagged. Well, I disagree. I do disagree. I agree that it's part of the game. I agree. But I think some of the circumstance also to keep in mind is that essentially we have no other options. So if there was a site like Shogi Wars where I could play good time control games, then at some point, if I'm getting dirty flagged in 10-minute games and I'm getting mad about it, at some point, then it's on me because I keep getting dirty flagged in 10 minutes. I should just play 5+5 or something else. But the reality of the situation is that we do not have that. As far as I'm concerned, we have nothing like Shogi Wars anywhere else. And so, I am in some ways stuck playing 10 minutes. And just because someone can in a dead loss position, Shogi makes it pretty easy. In a dead loss position, they can beat me. They can win the game with 5 seconds on their clock while I have 0 seconds on that clock, simply by spite checking me in a dead loss position, throwing their pieces away at me. I don't think it's a satisfying way to lose. And I don't think that's on me. I think effectively I've beaten the player on the board, and the most minute difference in time management. So it's not like my opponent out time managed me. It's I outplayed them and they had a couple seconds on the clock more than I did. I don't think that's, on me or of course it is on me, but that doesn't mean that I feel like that's a good win for them. That doesn't mean that I would feel. So I think the real truth of the matter is, how do I feel when I win those games? How do I feel when I win those games? Do I feel good about it? No. Do I feel like I outplayed my opponent? No. And so, it is what it is. At some point, we are playing a game, and we're making art, maybe, just to bring that podcast in. But I don't find it as satisfying. So, if I'm going to take my time in my hobby to sit down and play these games, and I get dirty flagged 2 or 3 times in a row or during a session of 10-minute games, I'm not going to have fun. I'm not going to have fun, and I'm going to stop. So I don't think it's a cope. I don't think it's a cope at all. I think calling it a cope is trying to sound very self-righteous, which makes it sort of even easier to discount. I think the people that call that kind of stuff cope are, you're kind of looking for a way to criticize. I think for most people, it's not right. It's not right. There's that innate sense of it not being right. Koshiro, great to see you. So this is you say Nifu, and this is exactly the same discussion, and I'm disappointed that I didn't just bring it up now, because this is usually what I say in response to that. If you feel like somehow winning by a few seconds in a dead loss position, the problem is with the person who got dirty flagged. What about the person by Nifu? Is that satisfying? I don't find it satisfying. I find it terribly unsatisfying. I think it's a bad rule. It is the rule. I think it's a bad rule. The insta loss, I think, is a bad rule. But like, if I win by Nifu, I don't feel good about it. If I lose by Nifu, I don't feel good about it. I just think it's a bad rule. I think it's a bad rule. What about 35 or 45 minute Kiramake for tournaments time? Yeah, so to me, 35 to 45 minute Kiramake seems way more reasonable. Like, that's enough time that I think dirty flagging should not be the biggest obstacle. I think it still exists. You know, I think, like, if you could play 35 minute or 45 minute Kiramake, why not play 45 or 35 minute Kiramake with a 10-second Byoyomi? Like, I think that's my feeling on those time controls. But because in the end of the day, even in a 45-minute game, you could get to the situation where one player is completely crushing the other person. They both have about the same amount of time on their clock, and the other person spite checks and wins. And it's just not satisfying to me. I would say I would not have no compassion. I'd have less compassion. I would have less compassion. But I think, like all things, it's about context. Like, if it's about context. Like, if the person dirty flagging has 15 minutes on their clock, left on their clock, I would like that I have no sympathy for that. Even if they're in a dead loss position, I have no sympathy for that, because they chose to manage their clock. But if both players have essentially no time on their clock, and one person is 1000% winning with mate on the board, then I definitely have compassion. Then I definitely have sympathy for the person who lost because the other player had 2 more seconds on their clock. Like, in that case, I don't think the other person, like, outmanaged them on the clock. The other person just had a couple seconds. It was a little lucky. So I think, like most of these things, there's context. There's context. JC Balshatz, you said, how do I approach the post-game analysis when the opponent is really new to the game? That's a good question. I keep in mind, I'm not a good teacher, and I'm not a good teacher. You know, I'm not a great player, and so keep that in mind. But when someone is new and we played, and let's say I broke in with a static rook attack or whatever, I'll talk about the importance of defending. I'll probably talk about the importance of the weak points, like the second file, you know, for a static rook attack. I'll talk about the weak points of the bishop's head. I'll talk about the importance of making a castle and getting safe. It's hard to say, but like, I just try to take the major mistake they made, and then sort of elaborate in more general ways. One thing I also try to do, and I don't do a great job of this, is that if I win a game, I will try my... this is something I'm still trying to improve on. If I win, no matter what, I will try to be the second person to speak. I will let them say something. even if it means sitting there in silence while the opponent regroups or whatever. I think that is actually a component of shogi culture. I think it is the norm that the losing player starts talking first, I think. But that's how I have started trying to do it. Even if it's a beginner. And I won't wait as long if it's a beginner, but if I win the game against a beginner, I will wait. And if they go, "Oh boy, what happened?" Then I'll take that as a chance to start talking about the game. But I in my victories, I try to be modest, and I don't want to just come across as like this know-it-all who knows all the answers, because I've played plenty of those people, and I know that I do not enjoy it. No, nobody likes a know-it-all. And like I said, I possibly to a fault do believe there is a lot of randomness in a game of shogi. So me winning a game of shogi is not some indication that I am smarter. It's not some indication that I am better at shogi. It's not some indication that I'll win the next time. It's just an indication that I won that game. And so I am not going to pontificate about high topics of shogi theory with my opponent who just lost the game. But that's me, and I'm a weirdo, and I have my quirks. Rico says, PGA for beginners should be extremely vague, emphasize what they did right, only teach one or two positions. Interesting. Yeah. Teaching what they did right is a good call. Sometimes there isn't much about what they did right, but when they do, yeah, that is important to point out. The hardest thing about initiating post-game discussion after winning is trying not to be perceived as smug. Yeah. And that I think is how, and not to be like, here's my philosophy on being wishy-washy and non-committal, but like, I do think that's one of the things that I do try, that I think is helpful when you make a conscious effort not to be the first person to speak. So after you win, if you try not to be the first person to speak, then I think it is easier to not be perceived as a jerk. And to just be sort of a partner in this two-player game that we just had. Especially if it's a good game. But, I do also change... I do also try to be cognizant of the words I'm using. So, like... And maybe this is a little too wishy-washy, but... when I am talking about shogi things, about a game, and I think I do this in general, not just in PGA, but I try very much to say, I think this was good. I think that was good. I don't know if this was good. I don't know if I should have done this. I don't know if I should have done that. I think maybe I should have done this. I think maybe you should have done that. I'm not sure about this position. I think that's a lot of the things I say, and maybe it's too wishy-washy, but like the saying about sits in shogi, especially in light of the fact that I do believe that shogi is this extremely random game. I try not to speak in absolutes, especially after I've won a game. Because, I have so little confidence in my own ability anyway, but like, even if I did have more confidence, the things that I'm confident about, I mean, we've seen sort of time and time again, when I'm trying to evaluate positions, I'm often often wrong. You know, it's not, I'm not always right. When I look at these positions that I've seen a number of times before, I'll be wrong. And so there's also like, oh, this was bad, or this move was this. I just don't buy it a lot of times, because there are often multiple good moves. And especially in PGA, without an engine, even if you're playing with a great player, they don't know. They don't know. I mean, they're probably more correct than I would be, but like, it's tough. I think it's a tough game, and maybe to a fault I use wishy-washy language in PGA, but I do think that it helps in that battle to not look like a jerk, I think. But anyway, like, not that should be your key concern. You think it's okay for a senior player to speak first? And I used to, and I think in some cases I will wait. I will wait a little bit, but I will not wait long. Like if it's a new player. Because I think some new players, I'll read the rest of your comment after I say this, but I do think a lot of new players will expect the stronger player to speak first. So it's like that's a game time decision, and that's sort of that's a body language read. That's a game time body language read that I will make. Like if it appears to me that this new player is expecting the stronger player to speak, then I will just speak. But that's body language. That's a body language read. If the junior player isn't standing up immediately, it's assumed that they're staying for PGA. Do you think it's important for senior players to guide the juniors? Guide our junior. Yeah. Yeah, they may not be confident or even know what to ask. Yeah. This is true. This is true. Kabibara, you say you take lesson from chess commentators, and instead of calling move horrible, you call it interesting. Well, interesting has a different connotation in chess these days, but I think it's okay to be truthful of like, I don't think this move was very good. I think it's okay to say that. I mean, I think, but maybe I just have thicker skin. I don't know. I think it's okay. Like if someone said, if someone says to me, like say a stronger player has beaten me in a game, and they say, I think this was a really bad move because it allows this. I think that little bit of context changes it. Like, if the move is terrible, it is terrible. But if someone says this move was terrible, period, it's almost like it's not a useless statement, but it's an unnecessarily inflammatory statement. But if someone says this move is terrible because it allows me to jump in, because it allows the knight to take here and it's going to be mate in 3 moves. That is like unassailable criticism. That is outstanding feedback. So for me, this is again, and this is the part of the problem, is that for some people, like for me and the way that I learn, to me that's you couldn't make a better statement. If you told me your move here is terrible because you can do this, I think it's the truth. But like if you said, this move is interesting, but it allows this. Like, no, it's bad. It's bad. You could say like, I see what you were going for, but you have to be aware of this other stuff. So I don't know. Everything is context. Everything is definitely context. How much you know someone. You know, I still probably would never call someone else's moves terrible. I would call my own moves terrible. But it's tough. Calling, what is the biggest insult to a streamer, Capybara? Calling bad moves is fine as long as it's a very clear blunder. And like, you know, moves are bad. Moves are bad and good. You know, moves are bad and good. You think back to your loss against DrLennon where he pointed out that you played the exact error line from his Migi Shiken book. Like that's helpful. And you still remember it to this day, 2 years later. Almost 2 years later. So it's like, how, like, it's great feedback that buried itself into your mind. Oh, you had a guy in the club who started analysis saying, yeah, you played like garbage, you know, like poop, but there's hope for you. Yeah, so I think, you know, that depends on the person, but that sounds to me like someone who, like, that, maybe that's his shtick. Like, that's his sense of humor. Like, that sense of humor is not for everyone. Usually people who have that kind of sense of humor think that more people enjoy that sense of humor, but I think more people just tolerate it. Like, at some point, it's not so funny. It's almost like lazy humor. I think that's a lot of the... It's humor from someone who's not a comedian. It's humor from someone who's not good at humor. And that's fine, too. Like, it's fine to acknowledge that not everyone is funny, and not everyone is as funny as they think they are. So, it's tough. It's tough. Comedy is tough. Oh, there was a bot offering buying viewers. I'll allow it. I need viewers. Yeah, lunar practicery. It's a good username. They're cheap viewers. Just always remember to remove the space. Always remember to remove the space. That's something that Twitch just has never learned. That you just have to remove the space. I am out of all my liquid. I have to get some more. Otherwise, my mouth is going to be dry and my throat is going to be dead in the next 10 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick little bio break here and refill my beverages and be right back. All right, back. Fun conversation. This is the kind of thing that I thought would be when I was deciding to do the podcast. I had thought maybe I would try to do like live streamed podcasts, just to be somehow different. And I thought like it'd be something like this, but anyway, a fun topic. Hi Atari, you're coming down? You wanna go on your perch? Nope. All right. Moving on to problem 15. Really fun time. Ooh, we got two. Interesting. I think that has to be it. Yeah, knight 2-5. King can't run, so pawn has to take. Bishop drop 2-4. King can't run, so silver has to take. And then bishop 3-1 is mate. Danny Boy, the first on. Hello. Am I open to interviews with adult improvers? Are you kidding? That's who I want. No. Yeah, okay. Okay, well let's talk. Are you on the Discord? There is no particular rating ban. I want all rating banned. All right. I'm not sure if we have a direct message conversation already going, but yeah, let me know. Yeah, sounds great. Thank you. We could talk about your journey to first Dan. Okay, so there's a weird little knight over here. There's a weird knight over here. Not sure what this is doing. You know, it's gonna have some meaning, of course. We don't have many options here. There's the bishop. Only two first bishop moves. We have this. We have this. And we have this. We also have this. Well, I don't think toking 2-3 is going to cut it. I think the king could just take. So that is not it. Bishop drop either way. I think the king just goes. And then promote. Silver can't take because it would be mate. Would it be? Wait, no. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't be. Well, no, he could just take back. He could just take back. That's it. Hi, Atari. Oh, you're gonna leave? Oh, good girl. Scratch that post. Yeah, scratch. Okay. Hi, Oregamoniwad. Nice to see you. Bordune, good to see you too. So this has been, we've been moving quickly. I think this is the first, this is problem 16. This is the first one that I've paused on. Atari time. Should probably change StreamCannon to just chatting. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's just chatting about Shogi. It's just chatting about Shogi. This one's... Why is this... Ah! Foradune! 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 A direct response to Yloigh. Is Yloigh there? Is Yloigh there? Yloigh's gonna have to go back to the drawing board, because this was a good one. This was a good one. Ooh. Oh, man. I love it. I love it. I'm going to use the sign of a good dad joke is that I am going to use this with Yloigh, there you are. The sign of a good dad joke is that I am going to steal it and I am going to say that I wrote it. I'm going to take that joke and I'm going to use it to with my family and I'm going to say that's my joke and I wrote it 100%. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm not going to Dane Cook you. Wait, Dane Cook is the guy who allegedly stole people's jokes, right? Is that the guy's name? I don't know. Yeah, she's gone. She ran. She got her scratches out. And she ran. Why is this one hard? There aren't many options here, right? Why can't I solve this? Why can't I solve this? Now I'm frustrated. Maybe it's all that discussion that we've had. It's just too many moves. It's too many moves. Too many moves. It has to be this, right? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, I'm embarrassed. Now I'm officially embarrassed. Color me embarrassed. I don't know if I'm showing as red, but I am embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I need to have my Menjo certificate. I need to have my Menjo certificate taken away from me. Can you get a link? Yeah, hold on. This is the problem set. Yeah, I need to have my official Menjo certificate revoked. My license, my Shogi streamer license revoked. Goodness. Goodness. Oh, you won a Go game today against a 3Q on OGS. Very nice. Very nice. Are you playing Shogi, though? Are you playing Shogi at all? That's the important question. I saw you the other day playing a bunch on lishogi. I watched a couple of your games. You definitely mixed in some great moves and some not so great moves. But they were fun to watch. Yeah, you're still figuring it out. You're getting some. You were making some what I thought were some incredibly sophisticated moves. But you just weren't able to completely bring it to fruition. JSA agents, yeah, they're on their way to break my kneecaps. Yeah, they're gonna take my card. They're gonna break the stream, break my kneecaps. Okay. This one should not be difficult. I refuse to allow this to be difficult. Okay. There we go. Now we're back on track. Now we're back on track. Hey VMD Ayaka, hello. Ooh, 2 knights. So we need to prevent. No, oh, the king can't go there because the knight is guarding it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, no. Knight drop 2-5, king 1-2, knight 2-4, king 1-1, knight drop 2-3. Four knights. The four knights opening. We got another knight problem. Dragon 2-4. Bishop has to take. Knight drop 2-5. King 1-4. Knight drop 2-6. These are good at giving the endorphin rushes. These faster puzzles. These are the good ones. They're giving the endorphin rush. Just you can just keep going. You just keep going. I probably jinxed myself. Rook 1-4. King takes. Lance drop 1-5. King 2-4. Knight 1-6. All right. Problem 21. This is interesting. The one gap isn't going to work. No, the one gap does not work because the bishop comes back. So if we come to 3-4, the bishop defends, which allows the king to run to 1-5 if silver 2-5. So how do we check? Interesting. We don't have many ways to check. What? Mr. 10x54, hello, hello, hello. Ah, okay, okay. So it's the same thing. Yeah, I mean, we have to do this. They come up. We drop the pawn. King has to take. Dragon dances around to 2-5. Alrighty. Got another pawn. Alright, we get rid of the bishop. So we go bishop 1-3 promote. If the silver takes, we drop the pawn on 2-4. Only move is the silver takes again. And then we bring the horse back. The alternatives are if if either the bishop, or if either the king or the lance take, the horse just comes down to 2-2. Problem 23. We've got 2 rooks. So I'm gonna be sacking one of these rooks right here, I'm guessing. Rook, king, token, king 2-3, rook 1-3. So again, we sacrifice the rook on 1-3. The only move is king takes. King can't run because the bishop is guarding 3-2 and 1-2. Then we bring the token down, protected by the bishop. So king has to go to 2-3. Then drop the rook again on 1-3, protected by the token. Ah! All right, I got a little too uppity, a little too much too big in my britches. What is it? Wait, what is it called? Flying parrots. Will I play? I might. I might. I got a little too big for my britches. Alright, so we drop it here. If he takes, we promote. If he blocks, we promote. Alright. Alright. You got me. Good problem. 23. Problem 23. So, good job. Good job. Yeah, I was getting cocky. I was getting way too cocky. Horse 1-5. If rook takes, knight drop 2-6, king 2-5, dragon 3-2, or 3-4. If king takes, dragon takes 1-3, block, lance drop 1-6. Which would be a weird mate. Which would be a different... We wouldn't use all these pieces. So it's weird that there's... And that's sort of a weird problem, right? That's a weird problem in that it's also a mate in 5. But it wouldn't use all the pieces. So there are a couple variations that are both mate in 5s that don't use the pieces. Is this... We had that discussion. Is this not a, air quotes, proper Tsume here? Like if the king takes... Like if the king takes, we still mate, but it doesn't feel like a proper one. All right. So anyway, we get this. Gold 1-2. No. Gold 2-1. Gold 2-1. Pull the king forward. Gold 2-2. Gold has to take. Silver 3-2 promote. Or 4-2 promote. So we've ended the escape square. Did the music end? It did. All right, let's redo this. Let's redo this. Gold 2-4. Lance has to take. Silver 2-2, no promote. King has to go to 3-3. Token back to 3-3. So again, gold 2-4. King can't take, king can't run. Lance takes. Silver 2-2. King can't take, protected by the token, so king has to go to 2-3. Hold the token back to 3-3. Moving on. All right, so I think we have to watch this 3-4 square. So if we drop the bishop, we drop the bishop to 1-2. If the king takes the silver, we just drop the gold on 2-3. If the king runs to 3-3, bishop 2-1 promote. If king takes, gold 2-2. If king runs, gold 2-4. All right, 28. Ooh, interesting. You hate that both sides of the board are numbered in Shogi? Oh man, I love that it's numbered in Shogi. I love that it's numbered in Shogi. You know, there's one more. I think there's one more. You know, the difference. I think the difference between 8 and 9 is kind of crucial for some reason for my brain, but. Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing is that, you know, it's a Japanese game, so we're not going to use Latin characters or English characters. You know, I don't know if what you're feeling is the problem because there's no. The thing about the board that bothers me about Shogi is that there's no way to know when looking at a board, you know, Gote Sente type thing. You know, I think that's the annoying part. Obviously, if the notation's on there, then you know. Yeah, I love number. I think it's great. And it's universal. You know, it works for any language. Oops, that's not it. This is a cool one. This is definitely a cool one. I think this is a very cool one. Problem 29. You say number letter is also universal. It's not universal though. It's not. The alphabet is not Japanese. What is the and what's the confusion? What's the confusion with number? I'm not sure I understand what the confusion is with number. Oh, because you might not be sure which is vertical, which is horizontal. I think you could argue the same thing with chess. Like if you say A1 and you're not staring at a board, you don't know that A is horizontal or 1 is, you know, vertical. Well, it does matter that it's not Japanese. It's not universal if people don't know what those are. Like, if people don't know what those characters are, then it's not universal. Like, every language has numbers. You've seen people put numbers in reverse order. I bet the same thing happens in chess. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. I definitely prefer number. You know, I don't dislike letter number for chess because, you know, it's part of the culture of the game and everyone can learn it. But I do like number in general. I prefer it. Well, it does matter if you don't know what the symbol means. It matters if you can't pronounce the symbol. If they don't know that A is A, what are they going to say? Like if a Japanese player or a Chinese player or you know whatever, if they don't know what that A is, like what would come out of their mouth? You know, to actually express it. And the thing is, even if they're different, there's no implicit meaning to the letter or the number to know that it's vertical versus horizontal. I really think it's just one of those things that people would like it just because they're used to it. If you cannot pronounce A, you will not survive winter. I think there are probably plenty of people who don't. Maybe those numbers are lessening, but I don't think it's... Alright, so anyway, we got this. This is not it. Oh wait, it doesn't come this way anyway. I mean, this would be made, of course. All right, so that's it. So we've got to basically, the goal of this problem is to close off this square. So this square is bad, and this square is bad, or potential escape routes. So we've got to get that, fill it up with the knight, and now we need to pull the king over, and now there's nowhere to go. Problem 30. If we drop a gold, knight takes. We pull the silver up, king runs. And then we drop a silver. We drop a silver on 3-3. Okay, 3-4. So gold drop 1-5. Only move is knight takes. Silver 2-3. Only move is king 2-4. Silver drop 3-3 is mate. King can't take. The silvers all defend each other. The silver Yagura pattern. Yeah, the thing protecting gold for 1 is this bishop. The thing protecting gold 2-1 is this bishop. So how do we block? How do we get in the way here? If we do this, they take and it's still there. So maybe we need to pull this over. So if we 4-1, horse has to take. No. But I still can't drop a knight. What about gold 2-1, horse takes, pawn takes, king takes, knight dropped 3-3, king 1-1, and we're past mate in 5 land. We're past mate in 5 land. Boy. What am I missing? What am I missing? What am I missing? Pawn takes. Or pawn promotes. Horse takes. Knight drop. Horse takes. Now we drop the gold. Okay, classic. Classic of getting rid of a piece. Alright, that took me a little longer. Durton, hello. Welcome. Going pretty well. Okay, problem 32. 32. Got a pawn down here. We got a token up here. What is the meaning of the token? So that we drop a silver. I'm guessing it's going to be a silver drop. King can't take because this would be mate. Silver drop. Silver drop. King takes. Silver drop. King runs. This is mate. But if we drop the silver, king takes, we drop the silver on 2-2. King goes up. Oh, king can't go up. King, sorry. Silver 1-3. King takes. Silver 2-2. King 1-2. I mean, this is going to be the answer. Silver 1-3. King takes. Okay. Silver, wait, no, King is back here. Yeah, if I bring my dragon up, they can drop a pawn here. So this square would still be open. Yeah, I wanted to get something on 1-3 so I could just promote here. Interesting. Surprised that this one is tricky. This one is tricking me. I'm not going to say this is tricky. I'm not sure why I'm not seeing it. There aren't even many moves to make here. I mean, it's silver 1-3. There's almost nothing else. Huh. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What is wrong with me? Huh. Boy. Has to be 1-3. It has to be silver 1-3. King takes. Silver 2-2. King goes back, and now there's nothing. Do I have to... I can't push the pawn. So silver King takes. I can't push the pawn. I can't come up because the pawn drop. I can drop the other silver. If the king takes, dragon 1-5 is mate. If the silver takes, dragon 2-2 is mate. There it is. Okay. So this really, boy, this really played with my expectations. Nice problem. Nice problem. That one surprised me. Hey, Gabrielle, good to see you. Wait, guess who has a handicap to play Sunday? Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry. If you're cooked, who cares? It's a handicap game. It doesn't matter. It's a handicap. Just enjoy the game against a pro. Which pro is it? Which pro is it? Do we have a lot of Go Shogi players in the States? I think we have a lot of Go players. We certainly have more Go players than we have Shogi players. In terms of the number of Shogi players, this is a question that some of us have tried to answer. I could not even estimate. I could not give a good estimate. I tried in the podcast to give an estimate. I think it's probably way off. I don't know, but it's not a lot. That's all I'll say is that it's not a lot. Good to see you, Gabrielle. Problem 33. Bishop 1-4. King 1-4. If king takes, gold drop is mate. Because the protected by the silver, and the king can't go forward because the bishop is watching it. So bishop 1-4. King has to go to. Well, if king goes to 1-5, then. Well, the king can't. King can't go to 1-5 because again the bishop is watching it. So the king has to go to 3-5. Gold drop 2-5. King has to go to 3-5 or 3-6. Gold back to 2-6. The bishop is watching this diagonal. The gold is watching here. The bishop is protecting the gold. That's a cool problem. These double move types of problems are pretty cool. First time you saw my stream coming from Smoglet, you thought I was streaming from Japan. Oh boy, I wish. The background outside irritated you? Wait, maybe it irritated? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Hey, NinWorld, great to see you. Oh, you left a bit. Okay, sorry. Well, I was just saying it's good to see you, Gabrielle. And who are you playing? What pro are you playing? Background outside needs more Japan. Exactly. Yeah, we need more Japan. Maybe I can I'll put my Menjo certificate out there. All right. So what's our plan here? That would be the king is running, so that's not it. That is not it. Huh. Okay, so this one has me thinking at least. This is the problem 34. This one's good. It has me thinking. Boy. So this is the second or third now on this problem set that's stumped me for a little bit. I don't think Rook 1-4 is really even a possibility, because I think if gold takes, it's fine. Oh no, if gold takes, no, it's not fine. If gold takes, then I just bring in my horse to 2-2. Okay, so Rook 1-4. They drop the pawn. If they drop the pawn, they have to drop the pawn. Okay, still struggling. Boy, I'm looking at horse takes gold. I think silver takes puts an end to that. There's no, silver takes? Silver drop? Alright, how about bishop takes? No, we already saw this. Bishop takes. King runs. And a rook drop is not going to solve anything. Because the king can run to 2-4. Huh. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. There's only one color outside here, and it's white. Nice. 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 I miss... I say this all the time. I miss the snow. I do miss I miss being able to look outside and see the beautiful snow and take the dog out in the snow and see them, like, you know, fall. They just kind of, you know, get trapped, not trapped, but like, you know, have fun, like digging into it. To a certain extent, I miss a little bit shoveling snow. But I do not miss driving in snow. I do not miss the slush and just the February, March kind of miserableness as much. I don't miss, well, I really don't miss the icy roads. TZ #1 Tsume rule. What, sack the rook? Is there a sack the rook? Like this? This doesn't do it. You know, it's not a mate in 5. It's, if it works, it's not a mate in 5. Well, we had a dog. We had a dog when we lived in Chicago, in the suburbs of Chicago. We had a pug. We now have the cat, the Atari, our stream monster Atari. Oh, Toyama. You're playing against Toyama. Oh, Toyama. Is that, I wonder how he was selected. I don't know. I don't know. I'm ready to give up on this one. I am on after just breezing through almost all of them, and even the one or two that I struggled with didn't take so long. I'm ready to just give up on this one. I'm starting to get angry. I'm starting to get angry that I'm struggling on this problem set. Well, no, the king would take. So if I do this, they drop the pawn, I take, king takes, I drop the gold, king goes back. That's not it. Wow, this is extremely frustrating. Well, actually, it's not even that, I don't think. I probably could even just drop a lance or a pawn or whatever. I'm just making moves. I'm just making random moves. I'm gonna make random moves. I'm not smart enough to see. I'm not smart enough to see this. Tsume in 1, or the Tsume in 5 problem set 1. Okay. So why didn't I see, oops. So why didn't I see that? Why couldn't I read that? Why couldn't I read that? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so that means that this pattern has to be better. It has to be more ingrained in my brain. This pattern. Maybe it has to be. I don't know how realistic this position is, but yeah, I need to be able to see. The triangle, the sort of triangle geometries. All right, so problem 35. Let's get back on track. Rook 3-1. King comes over here. This is mate. So the king has to take. Then we Rook 2-1 promote. King has to take. Then we drop the gold. Okay. Back on track. Back on track. Oh, why doesn't the gold take the silver instead of the king? If the gold takes, then the rook drops. So let's go back to 34. So if we do this and we do this, if the gold take, sorry. If the gold takes, we drop the rook on 2-2, and that's just mate. You know, the king can't run because the rook is protecting it. King can't take. And the gold is pulled diagonally forward, which is, you know, what a gold does not want to do. Okay, problem 36. So rook drop 2-2. If silver takes, then this is mate for 4-1 horse. Oh no, it isn't. No, it isn't, because the king can run here. So how about Rook 1-3. Nope. How about Rook 2-4? Gold takes. Nope. Horse 3-2. If silver takes, rook drop, king runs. Alright, I am definitely slowing down. This doesn't work. Rook drop again. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Not it. I'm gonna have to start iterating. I didn't want to do any iteration. Hey Ryan, nice to see you. I didn't want to do for this easier problem set. I didn't want to do any sort of brute force like sort of iterating through all the moves, but I might have to do it on this one too. All the checks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's look at this. Let's look at this one. Oops. No. No, we can't do that. So the lance takes. And I don't see anything. Can't do this because of the silver. Even if he does this, I guess he could still just run there. Or, I mean, this would be mate. So if silver takes, silver takes, so now we have this threat set up. Drop the rook. Gold has to take. And then horse 4-1. King can't run here. They can't block. This escape square is covered. This escape square is covered by the gold. This pawn is protected by the horse. And the king can't run to 1-3. Wow. That's a surprisingly difficult one for this problem set. At least for me, anyway. A lot of indirect stuff. Problem 37. So this is important. We drop the gold on 3-1. The king runs to 5-1. This is not mate. You know, the gold can't take because of the fork, but the king can run there. It's 6-2. So that's not going to be it. Silver dropped 3-2. Gold takes. Gold drop 5-1. King 3-1. Not gonna do it. Oh, no. Silver 3-2. If gold takes, horse 5-1. Then if king runs, it's gold 4-1. If the king takes, it's gold 5-2. Wait, no, it's not, because then the king can run back to 3-1. Hold on. Oh no, he can't. He can't run back. He can't run back because my gold is here. He can't run back. He'll be on 5-1. So what are the other defenses? So the king can take. Well, if the king takes, then it's simply horse 2-3, king 3-1, token 2-2. What are the other options then? So the other option, okay. So silver 3-2. If the king does run to 5-1, then it is simply gold drop 5-2 as mate. Because now we're covering 3-1. The gold can't take it because of the pin. Okay. Problem 38. Problem 38. Ooh. Interesting. Is this going to be promote on 3-1? Promote on 3-1. If silver takes, pawn drop 2-2, silver takes, gold drop 3-2. But if the king... Oh. That's it. There are no other options. If the king takes, it's just gold drop on 3-2. King can't run. So silver has to take. Yeah. Sort of standard pattern. 39. Coming up with 39. Hand is a little cold here. So after this problem, I think I'm going to take a little break, get some more tea. So hopefully this won't take too long. Wow, there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff going on. Look at this weirdo problem. Gosh. You know, not exactly a practical problem, but it is certainly, I'm hoping, going to help my visualization. Silver 1-8. Knight takes. Silver 1-8. Knight takes. Horse takes, or horse 2-6. King has to take, because 1-8 is now closed by the horse, by the knight. And then horse 1-6 completes the mate, because the knight is guarding 3-6, and the silver is guarding 3-5 and 3-7. Okay. All right. So I'm going to take the tea and be right back. I'll leave the music going. And the problem, I'll leave the problem up there. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the extended break. Had to check something for Waymo. I'm going to be probably taking a Waymo today. Hey, Harlu, nice to see you. I'm using the famous Tsumeshogi. This is, yes. Well done. So Gabrielle is competing now. Gabrielle has entered the Shogi, the dad joke arena. Yloigh, Boradun, Gabrielle. It's you know, the championships are coming up. Everyone's getting into form. I'm still liking the just catting. I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna point that out. I'm still really liking that just catting. All right, where are we here? I think it's just gold, king takes, token, king runs, bishop 3-1. There we go. Problem 41 coming up. There we are. Yeah, we got a gold and a knight in hand. Horse to prevent the king from running to 3-2. No. No. Because the king can take. The king can just take. So we drop the knight first. We drop the knight first. Pawn takes. Horse 1-4. King takes, and now we can drop the gold because 1-5 is closed off. But if we drop the knight and then the king runs... Hold on. Oh, if the king runs, then we drop the gold. Then we drop the gold here on 4-2. Conveniently, that would be a mate in 3. Okay. This pawn is conveniently here. Conveniently placed on 4-3. Alright, moving on. 42. Luckily, I don't understand Portuguese. You would be spamming 3 jokes per minute. I just spat as I'm laugh talking. I'm also going on the fourth redo of this Ito-En tea bag. It's not the most flavorful tea that I've ever had right now. This is the 4th rebrew. I'm just, oh boy. I could use some sponsorships, Ito-En. I could use a sponsorship bad, so I don't have to just leave a dead tea bag in my cup to try to eke some flavor out of it. I will loyally shill your brand forever. Just... The Shogi Dad channel, brought to you by Ito-En. Don't you like the sound of that? Don't you like the sound of that, Ito-En executives? Don't you like the sound of that? This one is gold 2-2. Wait, no it isn't. Wait, yeah it is. No it isn't. Yeah it is. No it isn't. No it isn't. It's rook. It's dragon 2-2. If bishop takes, it's just a mate in 3 with the knight drop 2-3. If king takes, gold drop 3-3. King has to go back to 1-1. Knight drop on 2-3. Is this Todovsky showing the various teas? This is the various levels. They get lighter and lighter. Is that what you're showing? If so, that's well done. This is getting lighter. My tea is getting lighter and lighter and less flavorful with each rebrew of this same tea bag. Like I said, I'm just leaving it in here now. Now I'm just leaving it in because hopefully some flavor is going to come out. Wait, how is this not... Oh, because he comes back. Alright. I think what we have here is silver 2-4, king 1-4, silver 1-5. If king goes to 1-3, dragon 2-4. If king takes, dragon 2-5. Oh, another one of these. Okay, it's pawn 4-1 promote. King can't take because silver drop 4-2. So silver's going to take, then silver drop 4-2. Silver's going to take, and then silver drop 3-2. Because now the escape square is going to be covered by their silver. So it's this, 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 this. Relatively common pattern. Sort of shifting that silver into a bad position. 45. If you're having a bad day and feeling sad, take a sip of this tea, approved by Shogi Dad. Yeah. That's Ito N. This could be your tea being advertised that way. Just think of... Oh, it's just a beautiful emote set you got from Etsy. Etsy has some really cool artists making some really nice, like ASCII art, Twitch art. I don't know about Game Boy art. I know that itch.io has a bunch of like Game Boy artists, other pixel artists. All right, Ito N. And who? The thing is, I never could find that competitor that I used to say that I would want to be I want to get sponsored by that other tea brand that I was getting. It wasn't Ito N, but I don't know if there was an English name on it. It was just at our Japanese supermarket, and it was like all Japanese. But I should have emailed them. Just on the off chance. That someone would want to give some money to a struggling shogi streamer to shill their tea. I did love that tea, though. I do like Ito N a lot, too. I love Ito N. Like, shockingly amount. Because I'm a coffee guy, in general. But I guess I shouldn't say that when I'm trying to get those sweet, sweet tea dollars. You also accept offers to work in the marketing team. You like Ito N too. The what shogi titles does Ito N sponsor? I think there's at least one event or title that Ito N sponsors, right? It would be Ito Ao, or it's the Ao, and I'm making a joke about Ito being the title holder for the Ao. All right, so we have a bottom of the board problem, sort of the goofy stuff that I so love. Alright, I think this is going to be it, right? Gold 3-7. King 2-5. Knight 1-7. If token takes, gold 1-5 is mate. If horse takes, gold 3-6 is mate. Yeah. Oh, they sponsor the OE. Okay. Okay, and Ito is not that. Ito Sensei, he is Oza and Ao, I think, right? Ito is Ao and Oza. I think. We promote out here, and the bishop takes. No, it's not mate, because the bishop will be watching this. So... this is the same problem as the other one. This is basically the same problem. Horse 3-2. If king goes to 1-2, bishop 1-1 promote is mate. Because the king will run down, and then we come down here. If the king takes, bishop 3-1 promote. Wherever king goes, horse 2-2. Alright, that was 47. Here comes 48. Okay, he is. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yloigh. I still didn't realize... It's only recently that I even realized he won Oza. Oza. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oza. 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 Wait a minute. Wait. Is it Oza? Oza. Okay, it's not Oza. We spell it in English as Oza, but it's Oza. I didn't realize that he defended. Wait, he defended the AO? He defended AO? Who did he defend against? Problem 49. Wait, didn't we just see this one? We saw this. We saw this one already. We saw this one already, right? Strictly speaking, Oza. Oza. But, Oza. My pronunciation is gonna be, is just Uh... All right, so I don't think this works. Rook 1-3. If silver takes, yeah, if king takes, then we get this. But silver takes. Oh, horse 2-3. King takes, rook 3-2 promote. The pawn is protecting this escape. The silver is now on 1-3. I think this is a cool one. I think this is a very cool one. I like that. Problem 51. He defended against Saito Shintaro. Wow. I don't think I've heard of that name before. Is he a young pro? Or is he an established player? I mean, admittedly, I know very little about the pro game. Okay, so the silver is watching these. He's 32. Okay, so he's not a. I mean, you know, I'd kill to be 32, but he's so he's not a young kid pro. Hmm. I don't think this works. I think the king can take, but I think also the king can just run. That's not going to do it. Some of these are so easy, and some of them just I really struggle with. I probably struggled with this one the first time I did it. Boy. Can't do this. Huh. Wait, what is that again? So if I come over here, goes there. Jump. He comes there. And now bishop. Defended by the silver, protecting the rook. And king cannot go here because of the rook. Cannot go here because of the knight. Alright, alright. Oh, the lance. Ah, okay. 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 Yeah, I would have done that in a game. I would have done that in a game. And I would have been really upset with myself. All right, it's a bottom of the board problem, but I'll say that that's a good one. Just because it tricked me. I've got to look at all the pieces. I have to look at all the pieces. And moving on to problem 52. So yeah, so we drop that, lance takes, and then there's no good mate. There's no good check. So it's not that. I don't think it's that. What if we just force this guy in? If the bishop takes, we promote. King takes, we don't have a gold. We do have this horse. Then the king can run there. And then I can drop the bishop. But that's mate 7. Wait, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not going to be it. So, king takes. But then gold drop is the only way to really check, besides a pawn push, and the bishop takes both of those. Hey, Naita, nice to see you. So that's not it. That's not it. Running out of options. Running out of options on this one. The king could just run. Could do this. Could actually do that. So that's not it. No, I haven't gotten the 5-win streak. I haven't started it. I saw that the winning streak event is Fukuma. But this one, it's a nice avatar. I don't think it looks even slightly like... I didn't even realize it was Fukuma. I watched it. I looked at it, and I saw... And I'm like, I have this avatar. And I looked, and it's just another avatar that looks almost exactly like another avatar that I have. It's a weird one. It's a weird one because it's a high-quality image, but to me, it just doesn't look at all like Fukuma. It's so strange. Like, if you would have said to me, guess who this is, I wouldn't have even guessed that it's Fukuma. It's bizarre. But, like, you know, you could show a photo of Fukuma and, you know, I'll know it's her instantly. So this was strange. I thought it was, I can't remember the name of the person I thought it was, because I have an image that looks it looks like that. It's the style. I'm guessing it's the same artist. So I don't have much enthusiasm for getting this month's. You know, I'll try to get it tomorrow. Maybe I'll turn down my skill setting on Shogi Wars for Fast Shogi Friday. But like, I get it, or if I don't, it's not that important to me. Mine is okay. You know, mine the Satomi avatar that I have is okay. It's not the really good one. I think there are a couple really good ones. Or at least there's one really good one that looks like her. Mine looks like her, but I think there's another better one. Like mine is the young one with the when she wore glasses. All right, so what is this? Oh, you got the avatar right? Yeah. Nice, very nice, very nice. It's gotta be this pawn push. It's gotta be the pawn push. It's got to be. It's got to be. Oh, it is. Wait. 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 Oh, oh, hold on. Hold on. Ooh, gold. Oh, that's a cool one. That's a cool one. There we go. That's a cool one. All right, problem 53. This is the last problem in the set. So it didn't take too long today to do them all. You know, we had a lot of chatting. A lot of chatting. Yeah, this one is certainly much easier. Bishop 4-1. If they block, it's just a mate and 3. So the king will run wherever the king runs. Wherever the king runs, it's horse 1-3. All right. Good set. Good problem set. So that's the problem. The Tsume in 5, 1 of 5. Maybe the next time I'll do this 2 of 5. Maybe. Also Tien. Hello, welcome to the channel. That's us? Yeah, also Tin. All right, so there is this. Let's, I guess, you know, I've got some time now. This is, let me see. Let me see what's going on. All right. If you're there, Danny Boy to first on, I got your message. Thank you. All right. So this is that. I guess I can play a bit here. Let's see what's going on lishogi. Just let me switch my scene to a. Wait, actually, was I? Oh no, oh no, okay, my scene was okay. All right, phew. I thought maybe I was using the wrong layout for the past 2 hours. Okay, so let's go to lishogi. And there are no games. The name of the program that I use to make these blue arrows is called Screen Brush. It's a Mac OS program, so that may limit you there. But it's a Mac program, and it's called Screen Brush. There are a number of things you can do with it, but I just set it to draw arrows. I have my key binding, I hit Control Tab, and it goes into this mode. And then I can like right click to get out of that mode. I assume there's no Windows version, you know, if you are a Windows user. Oops, I didn't set my scene right for this one. All right. Ooh, Picari. Viewer, friend of the channel, Picari is playing a game. I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna put this on here. I'm gonna leave this running. I have to take a quick break. Be right back.
20秒
All
30秒、10秒、20秒、10秒、20秒、30秒、40秒、50秒、1、2。
All right, I'm back. So the problem with playing a longer game for me right now is that, like I said earlier on in the stream, I am waiting for a call, and there's something I'm going to have to jump and start doing at some point today. But no idea what point of the day it is. It could be morning. Well, it can't be morning anymore because it's 2 p.m. So it's getting closer. But so maybe I'll try to play a 10-second game, and if I get the call, I'll just unfortunately abandon the game. I guess we'll finish watching this Picari game here.
10秒、
And I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, is this the cheat? Is this the bot guy? I wonder if this is the person that Killer Ducky has been saying keeps getting banned.
10秒、
The person who's using an engine or testing an engine, but oh yeah, layout. Thank you. I'm gonna have to switch my stuff. Hopefully this doesn't blow up the stream. Give me a second here. Give me a second. Let's go back to my scenes, and there we go. Okay, so we are back.
10秒、
Thank you. So this feels very that felt very much like what was described. You know, I don't want to just assume, but it is a new account, and he just he just missed mate in one after setting it up against a good player. So yeah, we'll
10
see.
秒、 10秒、
That was mate in one, right? I'm not going crazy.
10秒、 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 20秒、
10
10秒
It's not the same account. Okay. Nice to see you, Killer Ducky.
20秒
Because it sure looked, I just stepped into the game, but like, if I see someone of the level of Picari getting beaten by a new account that just throws mate in one.
40秒
Just let me just make sure. It was mate in one here, right? Like, this is just mate in one. Like, Picari probably should have resigned, but like,
50秒 1
just taking here is mate in one.
10秒
Was the rook drop not going to be mate? Wait, what just happened?
10秒 10秒
I don't think this is mate now.
10秒 10秒
It was? Yeah, no, rook drop. Yeah, rook drop. I know rook drop was.
20秒
But I don't think it was now, though. After... Oh, wait, rook drop on the head?
10秒 20秒 30秒
Brick drop, dragon sack, silver drop. Well, that's...
40秒
Yeah.
10秒
This is the first.
20秒 10秒 20秒
Is it this? Oh, it's not his move. Sorry. Yeah, there's a lot. There's yeah.
10秒
What's happening? What is happening?
10秒
It was mate in one here.
20秒
It was mate in one here. Maybe. Well, Hikoshiro, when we came in, the other player let him win. The other player missed mate and won. After what seemed like a really nice setup. But maybe. It's a double teaching game. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's a rated game.
20秒
But it is still mate. It's still mate. Killer Ducky is the official lishogi rating spokesman.
10秒
It's good.
,10 秒
Sorry.
,10 秒
That's mate now. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Wait, it was. It was.
10 秒
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Or was it? Like the gold drop here would have been gold drop, come back, and then
10
I don't
秒
remember what he had.
,20 秒 ,30 秒
Close this out.
,40 秒
So it is mate.
,50 秒 ,1 2
Yeah, what is going on? What is going on? Yeah, maybe they're both trying to I don't know. I don't know. I miss mate so often in my games. I don't want to just assume. I definitely don't want to assume because I miss mate so often. But this does feel like they're both trying not to mate. Like the other player set up that perfect mate in the corner
10 秒
and then didn't do it. So maybe they just decide they're gonna do this. Oh, but it's a rated game. Yeah, like Killer Ducky said, it's a rated game though, so shouldn't be happening.
10 秒
But maybe BM set in. Maybe it became clear that the new
10
player
秒
was not going to mate, so maybe it turned into that, which I could see happening, where now Picari might actually be
30
mad
秒
and not wanting the fake win or whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to speculate. But we know Picari. He's a friend of the channel, and he's a good player. and
10秒
he likes lishogi. He both likes shogi and lishogi.
20秒
Yeah, he could resign and get it over. Yeah,
30秒
but I sort of understand the BM of, all right, well, if he wants to waste his time, I'll keep wasting his time. Like, it's a battle to see who can waste the other person's time more. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Strange. Very strange. Very strange. Oh, boy. All right. Like I said, I have this thing that could interrupt me at any moment. So I'll, even for a casual, see, the thing is, even for a casual game, I don't just want to drop from a game. That's the, you rated or unrated. I don't like to just play if I'm going to just drop. Like drop, like as soon as this phone call hits, I pretty much have to be able to pick it up. All right, I'll do this anonymous 10 second. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu.
1 2 1
Oh, I thought I was Sente. The lishogi thing always throws me off.
1 2 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 4 5 6
Ah!
7 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
I think I can play it this way.
1 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 1 1 2
Where's my pawn? There it is. I'm looking underneath the board, like on Shogi Wars.
4 5 6 1
Okay.
3 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2
That's fair.
4 5 6 7 8 9
I'm not sure if I should bring the silver down here.
2 3 4 5 6 7 1
Oh,
2 3 1 2
interesting.
3
I think the silver probably should have come up this way.
6 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8
I think my moves were wrong. I do think my moves were wrong.
4 5 6 7 8 9
This is not good.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 1 2
Can't take
3
because this.
5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、
Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、
What is that?
1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、
I think I would have preferred to save this from here.
2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、1、2、3、4、5、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
I don't see it. I don't see it.
1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、
Surprising. Boy, that's a nice move. That is a nice move.
3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、1、1、2、3、4、5、6、1、2、3、
Oh, silver maybe. Silver maybe would have been better.
1、2、3、4、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。
Oh well. I heard it. I heard it. It's good enough for me. I heard it. I heard it. Good game. Hey, Spinal Tap Chess. You know you're 43 years old and all, but you still need a dad, and that's me. Thank you. Thank you. Good game to my opponent. That was I don't think that was a timeout, but whatever. I should have made the move more quickly. I heard the sound, which is all I need to hear to justify myself. You know, I mean, obviously I'm, you know, completely winning this game. So I would have made this, which was not a great move. It's still great. I mean, it's still great, but what are his moves? I think it's probably I could have done this. But what about that? What about so if I just come here, I guess the king can run. Like if I do this, the king runs. No, interesting. They're saying that the gold takes. So I give up 2 pieces for 1. Oh, the king would run. Oh, okay. The king would run. And then I come up. Okay. Okay. Oh, boy. Best move here, though, is this. Makes sense. That makes sense. You know, what are they going to do? Drop the pawn? I mean, if they drop the pawn here... you know, that's mate. Yeah. Wait, what else is good? 9-7? Wow, look at this. I win this. I win this. I see. I see. Hey, Tulip, nice to see you. Okay. That would have been fun. That would have been fun to win that one, but... I contend, and there is video evidence, I contend that I made the move in time. And we even heard the click of my piece move before the click of the clock. Alright, this is a 5-0. Ooh, boy. I could switch to Shogi Wars, I suppose, to get a 10-second game. Start off tomorrow's Fast Shogi Friday, you know, winning streak event with some Shogi Wars. What do I have? What is my Fast Shogi Friday is what it says. Let me fix this. Winning streak. Fast Shogi. I'll just say Fast Shogi. Okay, so Fast Shogi, let me switch to Shogi Wars. Oops. Sorry. We switch to Shogi Wars. Get this out of here. And what does it say? Does it say the right stuff? Okay, so we've got this. Let me see. Does what it says make sense? 10-second games. Unlock Fukuma avatar. It is the 29th. Heck yeah, Spinal Tap. Heck yeah. Alright, so we're here. Let me set it to a bit weak. Or not a bit weak. Whatever the rating, whatever the thing is. Because we want the winning streak. So, where's my settings? I don't know where my settings are. There's the settings. We're on a bit strong. Let's set to a bit weak. Game start. Switch to 10 seconds. There we go. And if I lose because I have to pick up the phone, I lose. Alright, they've beaten me before. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Okay. Is the scene? The scene is not on.
2、3、4
So this early pawn push is annoying to me. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that.
2
It does impact what I want to do. Yeah, so he's already in this you know, his Furibisha, the cowardly Furibisha. The most cowardly of Furibishas.
1
Oh gosh. Okay.
1 2 3 4
Koshiro, help me!
1 2 3 4 5 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5
So I don't have a pawn.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
I don't have a pawn.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Maybe I should have pushed this.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1
All right.
Neat.
All right.
3 4 5 6
It's good. It's good. Yeah, I think I'm in trouble now. I think I am in trouble.
1 2
All right. That feels
It's
better. That doesn't.
neat.
That feels fine.
3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not. Oh boy. Thank you.
neat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
3 4 5 6 7 8
Take. So we get our exchanges off here. I think he's better.
1
Wow.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
What the heck was that?
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3
I think the bishop is good. Yeah, the bishop is good.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9
Let's do this. Let's do this first. Let's do this first.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Shogi is a game about capturing the rook.
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Drop the gold. It's not good.
1、
Wow.
2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
Interesting. Interesting position.
3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4、5。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
I think a pawn would have been better. Pawn would have been better.
1、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。 1、2、3。 1、2、3、4、5、6。
Interesting game.
1、 1、2、3、4、5。
I don't think he's got that. So,
1、2、3、4、5。
so I drop a gold. Drop a gold. He takes.
1、2。 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。 1、2、3、
That's mate.
4。
What's... is it, mate?
1、
Yeah.
2、3、
No, it's... Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Right?
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。1、2、3、
Okay. Woo!
1、
Woo! Goodness gracious. ありがとうございました。
頭跳ねです。
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nothing. Shogi is a crazy game. Nothing is easy. So that's one. That's one.
Win. Current streak is 1 win.
I don't know if I have much heart left in me. I don't know if I have much heart left. After this long day of Tsume, I have no water. I have no tea. And I don't know if I have heart left. So I think we'll stop there. This guy is going to be calling at some point. Okay. So 900 wins. So we crossed 1,000 wins on 10 minutes. We just this week crossed 1,000 wins in 10 minutes. And now we're crossing 900 wins in 10 seconds. Not bad. Not bad. I'll take it. I'll take it. And the winning streak. Okay, so yesterday's games don't count towards the winning streak. Or maybe they did. No, they did. I just didn't realize it. And I had and I finished with 2 losses yesterday. Yeah, so they're saying that this is Satomi. And this is what is this? Not that I have a chance at this. Yeah, Yasumitsu. Sato. Not Yasu. Yasumitsu is his first name. Sato. This is Sato. Okay, I was about to say Yasumitsu is not his name. Yeah, Sato. 87, good year. Are competing fiercely with players of the same generation. He developed a style of play that is said to be inimitable. He currently steers the Shogi world as the president of the Japan Shogi Association, and despite not having time for research, much like the rest of us, despite not having time for research, he continues to captivate fans with his uncharted territory, using his own skills and inquisitive mind to explore new avenues of shogi. Oh, so he must be an Urashino Ryu player. If he's exploring, new territory, he must be playing Urashino Ryu. That's probably what this sign says. This sign probably says Urashino Ryu. All right. Boy, my 10 seconds. I am so far from the peak. So far from my precious peak. Yeah, this 10 second was going to be this 10 seconds was going to be my Grand Showdown early 2026 Grand Showdown promotion. But it's looking like that may not happen now. What else is going on? There was another info dialogue. Shogi Wars? You there? Hello? Shogi Wars, hello? All right, let's restart. Let's restart Shogi Wars. Maybe I blew up Shogi Wars with my victory. So yeah, so what is this? This is something new to me. For the top 1,000 players in GC 20... Oh, Grand Championship 2025 points. Ah, the qualifying results. Koshiro, can you qualify for an amateur Meijin? Let's take a look. I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to look at Koshiro's account and see. I assume he's top 1,000. Okay. First qualifying round for the 48th Asahi Amateur Shogi Meijin Tournament National Tournament Shogi Wars has concluded. Oh, the first qualifying round. Okay. This is the event that Furuta won last year, which qualified him for Asahi Amateur Meijin, and he won the tournament. So he is I think he is the Amateur Meijin. Hopefully I'm not misspeaking. Okay, the top 30 players will advance to the second qualifying round. Eligible players for the second qualifying round have opened entries. Okay. Players who passed the first qualifying round. And players ranked... Oh, and players who ranked within the top 1,000 in 2025 points. So I think Koshiro can play this. Former Shogi players, female players, and down-ranked players who have resigned within the past year are not eligible. So former Shogi players are not eligible. Let's see. Let's take a look at Koshiro's. What am I doing? I'm looking at my friends list. Oh, I can't see. Oh, you can only see your own recent results. Holy Duck Trainer. Oh boy. All right, let me see if I can get to mine. Let me see if I can get to mine, and then from there look at the list and see if I can find Koshiro on it. Where's my list of tournaments? Past results. Grand Championship wins. It doesn't even show me. It won't show me for Grand Championship points because I had no Grand Championship points. I thought maybe it would show 0. So last year, yeah, 1,127 wins was only good enough to finish in 454th place out of 609,000. So 609,000 accounts played in, or 609,000 accounts got a win last year. I'm going to guess that this has got a win, because otherwise I think they wouldn't have shown this. Not sure. All right. So anyway, is there other? No. Ooh, double 13s, double unlucky. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. How can I do this? Maybe there's just no way to do it. Maybe there is no way to do it at this point to see those 2025. So we've got the 2026 Grand Championship points, but I don't think we can see the 2025. Oh, there's a sponsor for 2026. Okamura Corporation was a sponsor of the Shogi Wars tournament. Oh, wow. A leading Japanese furniture manufacturer. If you all are watching the stream and you want a Western shogi streamer to be on your payroll, please. I would love to sell some Japanese furniture. Good products are ultimately a good deal. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Stylish chairs. I mean, this would be incredible. Stylish chairs. I need a stylish chair for my stream. This seems like a win-win for everyone involved. This definitely seems like a win-win. I need to have some Ito NT on my Okamura lifestyle store chair. I'll just be sitting like, if anyone has seen the show Community, when the dean was wearing a bunch of Honda equipment, Honda gear, his office was just full of Honda equipment and gear. That would be me. All right. Shoot. Oh wait, it's Okamura also is sponsoring the wins. Not that I'm going to compete for that. You Tulip, you personally would consider purchasing some high quality furniture if my favorite shogi streamer was sponsored. Thank you. From your mouth to Okamura's ears. Please. Okamura, please. Onegaishimasu. It would be good. It would be very... What? Wow, we have a lot of tournaments going on right now. The Osho... What's going on with the Osho this year? Oh, the Osho is... This is a Kishidan tournament. This is a Kishidan tournament, aka a tournament where everyone on our team prays for Koshiro. Actually, that's not true. Everyone where I pray for Koshiro to do well, because everyone else is also doing well. So let's look at it. Like Ornolf has been on fire on these events. Where's my Kishidan? The Osho. Okay, so it's just starting. It's just starting. Yeah, it's still too early for the Dan levels to rank up. You still have to play a lot of games. And Ornolf is in the United States this week on business. So we'll have to wait. Ooh, I like this avatar. What is this avatar? Do I have this one? I'm going to open this image in a new tab. This is... Oh, it doesn't say the name. Interesting. I don't know who this is. Let me see if I have that one. Unstoppable Eel Restaurant. Excellent. Oh man, look at NinWorld's castle tactics and favorite tactics. Oh man, 3.1 done. Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I do really like this avatar that I'm using. But do I have the one that NinWorld is using? Let's see. Let's go through. It's not Kana. It's not Suzuki Kana. It's not. I don't think it's Nagin Sakaki. It's not her. Not her. Not her. Not him. Not her. Not her. This is the one. This is the one that looks like the current, the new Fukuma avatar. This is the one that looks like the one that's for the winning streak event. Queen Momoko Kato, Sasaki Kaiho. I love this one too. I bet this is one that's made by the same artist that made the Kagawa one. Yuki Moroya. I'd argue that this looks more like Satomi than the current one. And here's Murota. Is this the one? I don't think this is the Tanakasaki. I don't think this is the one that NinWorld is using. Aya Fujita. It's just a weird one. It's just sort of a goofy one. Good one. Fujimori with the horse. Itosae. Here's one of the good Fukuma ones. I mean, it's a Satomi one. They've rebranded her as Fukuma, but she was Satomi when this was made, and when she looked like this. So this is a good one, if only because the hair color is proper. Ayaka Oshima, Eriko Yamaguchi. That one, you say it doesn't look like her at all. It's almost an exact image of the photo that's on Wikipedia. Kirari Yamaguchi, Erika Tsukada. So I don't think I have it. I don't think I have the one that NinWorld has. Maybe that was the recent winning streak, because I haven't been caring about the winning streak events all the time. Here's another one, this Akiwata one. It looks a lot like that. It looks a lot like the winning streak event award. Same artist, I assume, same style. Naofumi, Suzuki Kana again. So I have two Suzuki Kanas. Shimizu City, women's 7th dan. This is from that artist that makes the bad Nishiyama avatars, the one that just makes big eyes and okay, Sasaki Yuki. I don't know much about this player, but I do like the avatar. Habu, of course. I don't know why this is in the professional player. They messed up and put these in the professional player section. Hanawada, my favorite. This is my avatar. This is my main avatar. 2018 United States Shogi champion. Great avatar. I think this is a great avatar. It got a lot of character. It resembles the person. It's colorful. I love this art style. Dislike this art style. Toyoshima. Nakakura. This is a manga, I think, right? Yeah, this is from that vampire manga. And a great avatar. The first winning streak event avatar that I ever got is one of the best avatars on the site, if not the best. This one is just so good. It's so good. All right. She's 3 dan? No, she's 4 dan by now, I think, right? Let's take a look. Gotta take a look. Four dan. Okay. That's one of the things that I wish Shogi Wars did a little bit better job of, is updating their blurbs for their players. Because some of them are like this one. This one calls her a 3 dan, but she's a 4 dan, and she's been a 4 dan, I think, for a long time. Yeah, she's been a 4 dan since 2021. And Shogi Wars is still calling it 3rd dan. And there's some other avatars that call them Q, but like I think one of them is even like 2 dan, and she's still listed as a Q, which is unfortunate. But anyway. The former leader of the gang is expanding the stage of her dreams. It's been a while since I've used this avatar. But anyway, I'm on this one for now. and that's where I'll stick. All right, so that's going to be it. That is going to be it for today. I'm going to close it up. This person is going to have to call anytime soon, or I'm going to have to call them. So I don't think another game is in order, but I will be on tomorrow for more 10-second games. Thanks for hanging out today. Thanks for all the discussion. We had some really fun talk today, and look forward to tomorrow. So thanks again. Take care. Have a great night, great day, and see you soon.